There we go. Just refresh chat on my phone. I'm here. All of my characters are at least level 75, and I still think I have a bunch of experience grinding that I need to do in the final dungeon. I kind of want my characters up to max level before I even try taking on the final boss of this game, because he's that terrifying to me. I am big old baby, so I need as much working in my favor as I can possibly get. Anyways, so I am in here. And I am looking for mind flayers. Because one of the items that they can drop is the item to learn the summon for mind flayers. I didn't actually want to put Rydia on attack. I want her on Mist Dragon. Because I must not have realized how strong of an attack Mist Dragon was playing this back in the day. Now I can put it on auto. But for only 20 MP, it does damage to every enemy on screen equal to the amount of health that Rydia actively has. There's some Mind Flayers. Let's see if they drop the item, though. They did not. The other thing I could do, there's an item shop on the moon that sells an item called Siren, which summons in the rare enemy group for the area, and Mind Flayers are the rare enemy group for the magnetic mines here. And they're not dropping it. It's a rare enemy and apparently a rare drop. I don't know what my odds are here, but they're probably better than Earthbound rare drop odds. But I have no idea. Should probably also point out I do have the 2x experience and the 2x gil boosts on, which is why I've got almost 7 million gold. I didn't know, I just must not have seen it when I played through FF1, but you can actually turn the random encounters off, which seems like a terrible thing to do in one of these old school RPGs. It's just, I still can get enjoyment out of grinding. You just gradually get stronger and stronger until you start one-shotting everything in the area. And just experience numbers keep going up. Also, a big difference between this and the original Final Fantasy IV. Arrows are no longer limited by quantity. All you need to do is just equip one arrow, and you have an infinite supply. Which, I mean, I see the good in it, but I also see the bad in it. There's an extra part of party and equipment managing that is just thrown by the wayside when you don't have to worry about ammo. It's like if in an RPG there was just like an infinitely respawning health potion, but it was just on a cooldown. And I am about to go buy a bunch of those sirens. I am not getting a whole lot of Mind Flayer encounters. Which means to the moon, Alice. First onto this bird, who can inexplicably fly over mountains on this return trip. I do like the color coding of the shadows on flying vehicles and on chocobos, letting you know where they can and cannot land. I think most of that was just left up to trial and error back in the day. Like if I get on the Falcon, you can't even really see my shadow. But if I fly a little bit over the trees, you can kind of see that it's red. Like right there, you can kind of see it's red, which means I can't land there. I have to fly all the way down here from my big boat. Talk to the shiny. To the moon! I think the Hummingway Village is this place down here. Rest in the Enertron. But you're still hungry. Who are my merchants here? They do sing a little song. Just normally have the volume low enough on this that I can't always hear it. Okay, 3,000. I should be able to afford a whole bunch of these. Yep. Fill up the inventory. All the high potions back. A whole bunch of ethers. How many elixirs can I buy? 58? $58's not a bad number of elixirs to have. It's not like I'm going to do anything else with that money. Do have some diamond gear I can sell. Genji gear sucks. The hell? And they have really nerfed the offensive capabilities of using rods in battle. It's like I tried casting Comet on a group of like goblins, and it did next to no damage. So I was really disappointed in that. I'm not sure about selling any of Cecil's stuff. Because I know I need something for the Zemus fight. I thought it was a crystal, but I'm probably wrong. Actual naming way. Okay. There is a spot here, which might actually be the spot I'm in. Use Mist Dragon. Come on. Food was in here anyways. I should be seeing some bombs showing up. It's also better experience than I'd be getting just fighting those dumb mind flayers. Probably not by that much, but still. But yeah, these guys largely don't give a shit about physical attacks. They care about crits. And Cecil's sword apparently does something. But endgame Redia is a lot stronger than I remember her being, which is a good thing. These things only have like 2,000 some odd health. So even if they bop Redia around a little bit, she'll still be able to do damage to him for a while. Plan, just what you needed. Dude, the yellow flan enemies were terrifying to me as a kid, just because they beat the shit out of my entire party. And I had no idea what to do against them yet. Didn't think the bombs were a rare encounter, but I remember the website I was looking at earlier saying you can't just use Siren to summon them. It doesn't work in every situation, just most of them. I think I've only got like 3 summons that I actually need to find. And one of them is the bomb summon, which is basically a self-destruct spell. These guys, balloons and dart grenades. I should clear this entire group before Rydia's even got a turn, yep. And they didn't drop the item. Hunting the pink ones. I don't know if it's the balloons or the dart grenades that actually drop the item I'm looking for. It's just the only enemy grouping where they show up. Can't run on the overworld. Oh, never mind. You can find dart grenades here. I must be looking for the balloons then. Unless that's just like the most optimal enemy grouping to find the item. Might be. Probably have Edge uses magic, but I like this auto attack setup. Because you just have to get through like 5 or 6 rounds of the other guys attacking. But then Rydia will finish him off when she's got the spell ready. Like, once you've figured out a good attack string for the grinding session that you're doing, the auto battle is so nice. With the physical attacks being as strong as they have been in this, and Rydia having a 1 MP summon that's a goblin summon. Does goblin punch. Grab a drink today of goblin punch. But early game, it was really easy to get set into a routine. Get set into a pattern of just, well, I'm doing the same commands for all of these characters. Might as well just set up a string of auto attacks. And once I found out that arrows are not consumed during battles, that's when I just had Rosa start attacking just all the time. There's a lot of things in this game that are either weak to the different kinds of elemental arrows or just arrows in general. Surprising number of things weak against shoot attacks. But yeah, I'm also keeping an eye on the time, so I'm probably only going to be messing around with this for another like 15 minutes or so. Also, none of the summons that I'm looking for are particularly powerful. This is basically just achievement hunting at this point. I'm probably not going to get all of the achievements for this game. I came really close to getting all of them in FF1 after my initial playthrough, so I just decided to keep going until I got them. I was missing like 3 enemies from my bestiary, and I needed to play that dumb numbered sliding tile game, which I'm pretty sure was just in FF1 and not in any of the others, which I'm thankful for. Proof that enemies do drop items, I just need to keep running into those bombs. We're not finding them on a regular enough basis. Yeah, come on, Green. We're still getting like almost 9,000 gold every time here. I'm slowly but surely rebuilding my fortune. I blew it all. Am I aware of the odds of the drop? I'd have to go back onto the website and see if they actually say anything about the odds of the drop. All I know is it's not a guaranteed drop, and it's not a particularly common enemy encounter. I'm running into far more flans than I am the bomb enemies. Proof that if I can get these idiots to land crits, I don't need Rydia to waste 20 MP a battle. But like, she's just now dipping under 400, so I can do this for a little while. Plus I've got a free restore on my boat. You can also use the D-pad to close out of the experience screen after the battles, which is nice. Reach over and grab my drink. It's 0.39% per balloon/grenade. Oh boy. Well, that's not good. At least in the other spots, I'm going to be able to use Siren. So I can at least guarantee the encounter. I'm getting like 30,000 experience for some of these battles. So I'm still accomplishing my goal of experience grinding. I'd rather be grinding in the lunar subterrane dungeon, though. Just because there's enemies in there that give a lot more experience. Wouldn't even have to change the attack order. I mean, I guess there was an achievement for getting all of, like, the non-secret summons. But the process is better than what I thought it was going to be. I thought I was going to have to use the Grimoire items, which I only had 3 of. And now, because of mismanaging my saves, I only have 2 of. And Grimoires do a random summon every time you use one of the items, but they're consumables. So I thought I was going to have to save scum for these last 3 summons. But I'm pretty sure that every other group of enemies that I have to fight for the drops are a lot easier than these ones. Alright, let me bop out of here just long enough to get back to that website. Oh, that's why it wasn't showing up. It's on the Steam guide. There is no way to use sirens to farm for the bomb summon. You can use siren on the mind flayers. You can use siren to encounter the cockatrice. Yeah, it's bomb, mind flayer, and cockatrice that I'm still missing. But the fact that I can use siren in the other 2 areas means it's going to be a lot easier than this one. It's just, these fucking flans are such a pain to deal with. Wonder if there's some dumb lore reason why you can't use the siren to get the bombs on the moon. I guess I am right outside of the place where I bought them. Let's see what actually happens when I use the siren. Oh, they're up here. Oh yeah, they give me the abyss worms. That makes sense. Been running into fewer of these things than of the bombs. Greedy leveled up? It's a good level up. Everything goes up. And like, I'm never going to use this summon. This is pretty much just for the achievement. One other minor distraction. I can look through some of these places, see how many of the chests I've gotten, which I've gotten all of them. There's still probably a handful of places back on Earth that I haven't gotten chests from. So these things only have like 1,300 or so health. Ooh, Edge is getting pretty low. Really like to find one more group of bombs. And it's not gonna happen. Oh, that thing's not dead. Now it is. Alright, get me on my boat. I'm gonna fly back to Earth just to do a quick check on chests. Chest for you! There's still chests in Baron. There's chests and items in Baron. There's stuff in Mist. There's stuff in Troya. There's one item in Agart. 3 things in Mithril. I think there is still something I need to do with the Adamant Grotto. I already gave the guy a rat tail. I got an item for that. Which I think is the item you need to take to the smithy in the underworld to get the Excalibur. But I think there's another item that I need to give that guy. There's 3 things in the Chocobo Village. Handful of things in the underground waterway. Really? Huh. Well, that's unfortunate. I don't think I can get into the Tower of Babel anymore. The appliance of checking out chests. Hmm. Well, either way, one of the encounters that I need to look for is the zoo and the cockatrice, which is in this area, so I can just go ahead and save here. My goal for the end game dungeon is to get Redia and Edge up to, if not over, level 80. Kane should be at 85, 86 at that point. Rosa would be at 81 or 82. Cecil would be at 83 or 84. Save again. And you can just quit out of the game from the configuration screen, which is nice. Okay, so let's get Hex Chat opened up. Let's get into the Speedruns Live channel. Firebat's already got the race channel opened up. Go ahead and join that. Get this controller out of my face, Billy. Oh, that's the sound of one of the wheels of my office chair popping out. Yep. Actually, both in front of me. Not sure how I feel about that. I need to adjust this in a way so that I have 2 of the wheels at an angle behind me so that leaning back in this chair doesn't feel quite as precarious as it does with only one wheel sticking out straight behind. Now we can get Rainwave opened up. Back to the game channel. Let's put some requests in. I must be like the only person that requests this song from Tearaway. 'Cause I swear I get it every single week. Ooh, we're getting some music from Double Dragon Neon. I think City Streets is the one that I want. None of the rest of these look like that one song from Double Dragon Neon. I just take them all out. It's funny, I don't think any of the other wheels in this office chair pop out. Kick ass with that one song. You know, a lot of games have like they do. They just have that one song on their soundtrack that is just like head and shoulders better than all of the other songs on the OST. At least as far as popular perception is concerned. A lot of people would bring up the Moon theme from DuckTales. Well, I've gone and done it now. Turned a tiny smudge on my CRT screen into an even bigger smudge. Get out my wet wipes. Gotta smudge up the whole screen. It was getting a little bit dusty, so this would probably be good for it. Ew, yeah. Do I have anything I could kind of dry it off with, or do I need to just wait for it to air dry? Okay, this works. I think that wet wipe got most of the schmutz off of it, so that's good. The American way of wet wipes. That's right. That's what I still need to do. Bring up Poppy Bros. I need to switch to my other layout. And drop the pop. Let us consult with a plastic Halloween bucket. Except it's not in that folder, it's in my start menu. He's a Halloween bucket for this month. Draw a name. Protogen Lasso. It's that one like weird looking robot character. Second opinion? Samus Blue. I think we're good with whatever the hell this character is. Doesn't look like the capture device is doing anything wacky, which is always appreciated. Everything looks ready to go. What is this cursor? Like Robo Squirrel? What am I looking at here? That might be. I've actually got a hot second to do this right now, so I think I'm finally going to take care of it. Just go ahead and mute the sound before I do this, because I'm not going to be showing it on stream. None of this stuff matters. Where's my screenshot button? Do I just need to do this with Screenshotter? Oh, there would be an in-emulator hotkey for screenshots, wouldn't there? Ah, yes, good old graphics layers. Used to love messing around with that stuff. Wow, is there no dedicated screenshot button, or am I just fucking stupid? There it is, it's F12. Alright, well, I've nabbed screenshots of the 2 frames of animation that I'd be using for my custom Vic Viper sprite. Really wanted to throw an A sound in a couple of spots there. That was weird. Vic Vapor. What the fuck is this character? This is some kind of weird robo-furry. And then whatever the hell it turns into for Morph Ball, that was the cursor. This has gotta be an OC. Varia.run. And while I'm here, check and see if there's any new characters. There's an alternate color set for the Arrow Ace Samus. Arrow Ace looks like it got a new sprite. Nope, doesn't look like there's anything new. Good old Gundam Wing Endless Duel. A whole bunch of good music in this game. have been this character before? I can't remember. Also, been I've been having a I've been having a strange desire to go back into RPGMaker VX. Particularly during like one of the mid race night intermissions. Because I did actually go back into you have to find the chicken, and I corrected the spacing on one line of text that has been bugging me for years just because I haven't taken care of it before, just like this past week. And it's like when you go into the stat screen for your character and just like the flavor text that describes your character, I had a bunch of words that were just running off the side of the screen. And it was just something I hadn't gotten around to fixing. And it looks like I'm not going to need to request that one Double Dragon Neon song. Because the one that was on my request line just popped up in the coming up section. We're 2.5 minutes away from that, potentially. But I've been thinking about making a sequel to You Have to Find the Chicken. Something real quick that I would be able to knock out in just 30 minutes if I actually knuckled down and did it. The hardest part is probably going to be trying to figure out what tile sets I want to use for all the levels. Because with the way I originally did it, I had 10 levels, 2 levels per tile set. And then when the tile set changed, the music would change. So I need 5 tracks, 5 tile sets, and then just hitting the generate random dungeon button a bunch of times until I'm happy with what I get. Honestly, the whole process sounds like it'd take me a bit closer to an hour than 30 minutes. Just because of how indecisive I know I can be when it comes to the cosmetics of certain things. The other thing is, I don't really want to reuse the tile sets that I've already used. Which could be an issue. I don't know how many different tile sets I have to work with, and I've already used the gray stone walls with the green grass floor that was very much inspired by level 1, I guess World 1 from Super Bomberman. And just that first world in Super Bomberman that you get as the multiplayer world. This is not the song I thought it was. I thought it was like Mango Tango or whatever the actual name of that song is, but I don't know if that song was on the list. I've already used the gray stone with the green floor. I've already used wooden planks. Already used ice. Already used lava. I only do 8? Now I'm gonna need to open this dumb program up. I've got 10 floors. So there's the gray stone on grass. There's the wood planks and logs. Oh, that's right. Level 3 was like a kind of like a more modern, almost like a lab. It had the light and gray checkerboard floors and then kind of metallic walls. Then the ice cave, then the fire cave. What do I have here? Zoom in a bit more. Okay, so this is like the ice crystal wall. There's a bit of a smoother ice wall that I could use. And then what about the last one? Okay, and then I've got like an orange rock. Got an orange rock. I've got like this weird purple kind of tentacle wall. Got these green vines. So there's 3. Oh, and that was just one tile set. Okay, I could use trees. I could use like a snowy brick wall. I could use a red brick wall. Either with bigger or smaller red bricks. I could do something that maybe looks closer to like the interior of a pyramid. Got some thatched roofs. Got some snowy roofs. We've got ice bricks. The ice bricks might be good. And then we just went with like wooden logs for the walls in World 2. Okay, so I've got a couple more interior tile sets to work with than I thought I did initially. But that's gonna bring me up to time for me to take a quick break before the race gets going. So I will be right back. Alright. Something that might actually be a real limiting factor for my decision-making about this dumb game is which songs am I gonna use? Because really, I just took my 5 favorite generic music tracks that were included in RPGMaker VX, and I just threw those in where I felt like. Even if I do say so myself, I thought that the music had a good flow to it. Squid Slots is job 1. That's right. Let's get my good luck and my have fun cut and copied. So many squids. I love it. Bright jeans! Yes, I can get my ready in there. Blindingly bright jeans, whatever you want. This is what happens when you acid wash a pair of already white jeans. You get jeans that actually put off light. And Spacercraft just doesn't care anymore about the slogan. I still really like the bot that PJ DeCaesar has, where it takes like 1/2 of famous idioms and then the second half of them and jumbles them up. Good luck, fun have! Thank you, Firebat. Same to you. A good example of what I was talking about is something I'll try to remember over the next 5 seconds. 3, 2, 1, let's go. Oh yeah, it combined the slogans of the bigger they are, the harder they fall, and some men just want to watch the world burn. So the end result was the bigger they are, the harder they want to watch the world burn. I'm a real big fan of the advertising slogans with user input phrases. We have gotten some really fucking funny slogans to come out of that. And obviously with the idioms, you get a bunch of stuff that doesn't always, like, go together. 4313. sometimes you get stuff that just very much so does not make sense. But that's also part of the charm of the bot in PJ's channel. Hell, he might even be streaming right now. But I would definitely recommend checking out one of his streams or some of the old VODs of his to get more of an idea of what that bot does. This gun that I'm holding looks like the plasma cutter from Dead Space. Also, I want to say I played Dead Space like years ago for like a good couple of hours before I realized you could change the orientation of the plasma cutter from vertical to horizontal. And as soon as I figured that out, I'm like, oh my god, this makes cutting off limbs so much easier. Still need to... I probably need to uninstall Skyrim in order to try out Dead Space 3. Either way, I'm still glad that Firebat got it for me, because it's a franchise that I'd really like to play more of. But then again, there's a couple of other franchises that I'd really like to get into as well. It all depends on whether or not my laptop can handle them. Unzip a cutting off limbs. You see, like that. Doesn't always make the most grammatical sense, but it's still pretty funny. There we go. Cutting off limbs is your friend. I think the idioms would probably be a bit easier to do and a bit more sensical than the other idea that just like flashed into my head, which would be trying to do that same kind of thing but with like famous movie quotes, which I don't think would work out quite the way that I'm thinking it. Cool spin jump. Let me get my health back. Cool wall jump. Oh yeah, also this past week I watched the ASL round of 4. And if I'm remembering right, there's going to be a Protoss-only final for ASL. Actually, wait a minute. I think that's wrong. It's either going to be a PvZ final or a PvP final. I need to go back to Soup's YouTube channel and look at the names. I know that Snow beat Barracks. No, it is going to be a Protoss versus Zerg, because the other Protoss was Bisu, and he lost to shit, I don't remember the other guy's name. But both commentators, Tasteless and Artosis, were both saying that that round of 4 had some of the best StarCraft games they have ever seen. Oh, Soma was the Zerg. Yeah, it was Soma versus Bisu, and then Barracks versus Snow. And there were some, like, wild back and forth kind of games. Even coming from someone that's not super experienced, even when it comes to watching StarCraft. There were so many moments where both commentators were like, I mean, this guy's done, right? How does he come back from this? And it's always a PvZ matchup is always difficult for me because I oftentimes think that if I were to actually play StarCraft, I'd be more accustomed to either Terran or to Protoss. Bomb jump of shame. We allow ASL spoilers in here, that's why I'm here. Yup. But they haven't had the finals yet. And I'm not going to say how many games each guy won. That's the fun part. But, like, I find myself wanting to... I think I want to just understand Zerg a bit better than I do, which is not really any at all. I always would have fun when I played Zerg, but again, I feel like if I were to actually play the game, I would want to either be Terran or Protoss. Just because those races kind of make a bit more sense to me. They seem a bit more familiar as someone that played a bunch of Warcraft 2, even though I wasn't ever very good at it. Again, I'm not good at real-time strategy. And I'm definitely not good at real-time strategy if it demands 300 APM. I am not that fast. I can beat this game in less than an hour. But I can't do no 300 APM in StarCraft. I think it's because, like, the early game for Terran and Zerg is kind of easy for me to understand. You know, you just get a whole bunch of... You just get a bio ball. And you run around with that for as long as you can until you get your higher quality units up. But even then... If I could get my APM up to 60, I'd be better than where I'm at right now. Again, I can't even play against the fucking computer. And I let go of my shot too soon. Ah! Yeah, Zerg Rush is so much fun. Whether you just have a million Zerglings or you have some Hydras put in there, that is always just so much fun. But I think I need to listen to someone that actually knows what they're talking about with that game. So either Tasteless or Artosis. It's probably who I'd go with. And listen to them, like, break down a build order. And be like, okay, if you're trying to do this, you need to have this and this done by this time on the clock. And honestly, I think I need to play against the computer on one particular map over and over and over again until I figure out what I'm doing. And setting up some hotkeys might not be the worst idea. Figuring out what hotkeys I need would also be a good place to start. And again, I don't ever want to get, like, competitive with StarCraft because I'm so in over my head. But it would be kind of fun to find a build that I could use over and over again just to, like, consistently beat the computer. Because that's the same approach that I used with speedrunning in general. Was just, let's figure out a way to consistently beat a particular video game. And then, after you do it so many times, then it becomes, okay, how do I do this but faster? Because until I started messing around with Super Metroid, there really were not too many video games out there that I could beat consistently. Now I've at least got, like, a small handful. It's just that small handful is all on the NES. I mean, I guess I can consistently beat Link to the Past. Everything else on the Super Nintendo that I can consistently beat is, like, RPGs. Maybe Super Mario World? I can't jump on time. And honestly, the fact that I've got games like Totally Rad and Kokorone that are on the list of games I can consistently beat, that puts a smile on my face. I love those games. I'd also put Monster in My Pocket on that list, even though that's a bit more difficult of a game, and I can't consistently beat that game as smoothly as I can beat the others. And then as far as like some of the more quote-unquote glitch playthroughs, got like Shadowgate and Maniac Mansion that are on that list. A monster in your pocket, to hell with the rest. Yeah, Monster in My Pocket is always a good game title for slogans. And that was just like one of those toy franchises that just didn't really seem to have a whole lot of money behind it. So if I'm remembering right, they weren't like exactly articulate little figurines. Ah yes, the fireman. My annual exploits into the land of putting out a fire in a chemical factory. So that's another good one for Super Nintendo. I guess I'm not, like, counting Super Street Fighter. Because on the lowest minimum difficulty setting where you get the ending cutscenes, I've beaten that game with all the characters at some point. I think it's like difficulty level 3 or 4. I can, in fact, beat the chicken game consistently. The fact that there are no enemies in that game really helps. Glorified music player. As far as more modern games are concerned, I mean, give me Skyrim on like the easiest 2 difficulties and it's not really that much of a challenge. Hell, on the easiest difficulty, the only time I end up dead in Skyrim is if I fall off a cliff. Again, that's on the easiest difficulty. I haven't actually beaten Morrowind without cheat codes. Without, you know, the console commands. But it seems like you get really fucking strong in that game, so it'd be pretty easy to do. You put the chicken game on hard, does that make the music go harder? Man, I wish it was like that. Again, that's gonna be like... That's gonna be an actually tough decision. It's like, do I just use the same tracks that I did for the first chicken game, just with a different tile set? Or do I go with different music? Because if I go with different music, I'm gonna have to find 5 new tracks. And then, of course, the big scary question of who's my main character going to be? Is it going to be the same guy? Or is it going to be like his child? Or his apprentice? Or his wife? Or worst, crabs? An even bigger and scarier question is this just going to be another maze game, or am I actually going to have some kind of sentence-long connection to the previous game? Which the easiest way to do that is to have whoever the hero of this game is going to be either be the same guy or have it be a family member. Yeah, all 13 of the people that subscribe to the game. Also been thinking about releasing it as just like a free-to-play standalone thing on Steam that doesn't need RPGMaker VX in order to run it. That might get it a little bit more attention. But then there's, do I actually care about that? But then it becomes, okay, if it's not going to be the same kind of basic setup that the last game had, what's it going to be? And am I going to have to go download, like, workshop assets? Which I don't really know if I want to do. Especially if I'm trying to just do this, like, myself. And if I'm just using the basic assets, then I don't have to credit anyone. I mean, if I can get the end credits to just be thanks for playing, then that's fine. And I also don't want to have to pay for extra sprite packs in the workshop. Like, I really just want to use the default stuff that comes with VX Ace. Then there's the question of, do I have this as a numbered entry? Is it just going to be, you have to find the chicken too? Or do I want to give it some other kind of name, like you have to find the chicken again? You have to find the chicken bloodlines. Missed the atomic and the key hunter. There's a lot of dumb questions that need to be answered. Ooh, a prequel. Should probably keep that possibility open in case I decide to make a third one. You have to find the chicken prehistory. And that's where you get, like, those Roman columns. Or, like, the interior of a pyramid. It all depends on the tile sets, I guess. And what kind of inspiration I'm pulling from that. Because at the very core of it, the gameplay is going to be the exact same. And at some point, I need to look around in some of the later iterations of RPGMaker and see, you know, like what tile sets and what music are available in the basic asset pack that comes with those. But also, I haven't looked around in any of the newer versions of RPGMaker that I've got to know if they've got the same kind of random dungeon building mechanic. Because that was something that really helped when I was trying to work on a project that had a little bit of length to it. You know, where you had to do, like, multiple dungeons per area. I thought I missed that jump, so I was trying to wall jump back. Inputs came in just late enough for me to look like a big scaredy cat. Oops. Yeah, am I even looking for a chicken? That one depends more on the sound effects that I have access to in the basic pack. Like, I think I've got a cat, a dog, a cow, a chicken, and I'm not exactly sure what else. You really don't have a wide variety of animals in RPGMaker's base asset pack. Like, I don't even know if you have pigs. It's like 4 games right there. Can have a different member of the family going after 4 different animals. That asset pack. Yeah, I need to look at it again. And I need to... The other big thing is I don't want characters that look overtly like adventurers. Like, I don't want knights. I don't want rangers. I want characters that look either like townsfolk or farmers. So if I decide to do this during this week's intermission, I'm largely just going to be Mostly just going to be staring at assets. I'm just going to be looking at sprite sheets. And like I said, it's mostly just because I don't want to have to download anything extra, and I don't want to have to credit people that I'm not going to track down and ask permission to use their sprite packs. Like, yes, I'm making a dumb little maze crawler that next to no one is going to play. Do you mind if I use your sprite pack? I want to just take what I've already got and see what I can do with it. But just that quick look that I took earlier at the tile sets was pretty encouraging. I know I can find at least 5 out of what I looked at. See, even though the game is going to once again look like next to no effort went into it, that's what I'm going for. I want it to look like it had next to no effort put into it, not no effort put into it. Also think there could be seasonal / holiday themed versions. Ooh. That's interesting. You have to find the chicken's seasons. Probably get away with doing like 2 summertime levels. That one again would depend on the tile sets. Christmas themed with Christmas music. Can't wait to see a horror themed version for Halloween. I know how to do some... I know how to do jump scares in RPGMaker. You can make a certain event tile where, like, it only triggers once, and it would, like, play a real loud or a real sudden sound effect and then flash, like, something spooky up on the screen. Like a big scary face or a skull or something. Because once again, in that project that I was working on with like RPGMaker 2003, you could do stuff like that pretty easily. And I actually incorporated stuff like that into this like haunted house kind of dungeon. Where, you know, all of the enemies that you were facing in there were ghosts and zombies and skeletons. And like right before you would fight the boss of this area, I had your character going down a long, narrow hallway. And every once in a while, you'd get like this loud thumping sound with this kind of spooky face that would flash up on the screen. And then you step on the encounter tile, and that like loud thumping sound plays like 5 times in a row. Then the spooky face actually flashes in all the way with no transparency to it and plays like a loud roaring sound effect. I also still haven't forgotten the one idea that I had of just like the the trite Crystal Quest game where you're just like playing on this X-shaped island. And technically it would be kind of an open world game where you'd be able to go to, you know, any of the dungeons unless I decided to gate them behind progression. You know, the MacGuffin that you find in the first dungeon unlocks the second one. The one you find in the second dungeon unlocks the third one, that kind of stuff. And then once you have all 4 from the surrounding kingdoms or dungeons or whatever, then it unlocks something back in the central one. Still have all of that crap written down in that one Discord channel of mine that hasn't been used in years by now. But I don't really have any unreasonably large ambitions like I did in that RPG 2003 game. I think I still have all of the hand-drawn maps for that initial project somewhere around here. I've got a handful of those old NBA folders that have random basketball players on them. And one of them has those maps that I drew fucking 20 plus years ago. Ambitions for you! Ambitions know-how! To be fair, that one wasn't necessarily a trite Crystal Quest, and I was trying to have it be more narratively driven. Tried to have something of a story. But I am a much better historian than I am a novel writer. Like, I'd probably have to mess around with ChatGPT in order to get myself some reasonable dialogue. 'Cause I am not good at writing interpersonal dialogue. Like, when I write dialogue, I don't have enough likes and you-knows. All that extraneous dialogue that doesn't really add anything, but it makes the conversation sound more realistic. If there's a good number of likes and you knows in the dialogue, then it definitely feels more human. Like it's easier for me to write dialogue between two people where they're really speaking to the reader more than each other. Yeah, like whatevers and neverminds and ohs and ums. I find when I would write dialogue when I was either back in school or when I was at least younger, I found myself having to put in a lot of the old ... to indicate a pause. And I mean, I've read plenty of books that have lots of interpersonal dialogue, but I can't emulate it. It'd probably be easier for me to write a screenplay, and then you have someone punch it up with dialogue. Make everyone speak in ye olde English. People will focus on that and nothing else. Oh, like the Ultima games. Yeah, I translate this to Valley Girl speak. Oh, he was dead. The one really funny idea that I had, funny to me if no one else, was I was going to take I was going to take conversations from various internet message boards and use that as my character's dialogue. But then when I realized how much literal trash I would have to sift through in order to get that to work the way I wanted it to, I decided that was way too much work. Having to deal with internet personalities of varying personal quality, shall we say. Not to mention, also the issue of English not necessarily being everyone's first language. So that would end up being another kind of roadblock. AI can likely do much of all that work for you. Yeah, that's the great thing about the current time, is we do have AI tools that would be able to help in that regard. And all I would really have to do is just punch it up a little bit, You know, maybe change a word here or there. And generate music as well. That's right, they can. I've used more primitive versions of AI music generation software in the past, and it was garbage about 90% of the time. Every once in a while, you'd get like a 5-second long clip that was just, oh, that's cool. So I figured it was something that could be used more as like a starting point, kind of like a moment of inspiration. Like, okay, this is a good starting point. Let's iterate on this. As opposed to having to pay an actual musician, you know, having to like commission someone to come in and write you something only to find out that, well, I didn't really like anything that you did, but now I'm out fucking $50 to $100, depending on who it is you would be contacting. And then, of course, there's the whole issue of crediting people. Even if I were to use some manner of AI to generate music or dialogue, I'd probably still have to credit them at some point. Because again, I'm not expecting to make any kind of money or notoriety off of doing this. It's just kind of to see if I still know how to use the program well enough to do it. And there's Firebat taken first with a 49.05. GG. This is also not going to be a story or narrative-driven project that I'm working on next up. And for the slightly bigger one that I keep calling the Trite Crystal Quest, that is going to have a story that is 100% tropes and is not going to have an ounce of depth to it. Thanks, Insane Firebat. Don't get mad, get real work slogans. There we go. Put that on a t-shirt. Sell that outside your front door of your local Walmart. People will think someone had a printing error with that t-shirt. Yup. Especially if every word is capitalized except for real work. People would still probably buy it. People buy t-shirts all the time when they don't understand what's being sold to them. I am really not liking my super count. I am really not liking my super count. Everything can get fixed up in this next room. Okay, we should be good. We should be good by, like, a small handful of supers. Smells like crazy in Asia. I fall for a handful of super missiles. Oh, my face is turned into static. No, it's back. Yeah, I wasn't crouching. We're still good, though. I only biffed once. Up. Hit the fire button and everything. Hey there, Norumac knife. Firebat got the one with the long arm. I don't know. I'm not really feeling this particular sprite. I mean, it's relatively well done. I can't, like, point out one thing that I don't really like about it. The morph ball's kind of neat. Honestly, I'd probably have to put it in the D tier. Just because... while I still don't have a problem with using it, I can't really point out anything that I really like about it. There's so many of these custom sprites that have some thing about them that just pushes them over the top, in my opinion. And this one is just not really one of them. It's a neat design, but that's really it. If we could get like a super slight update to the sprite to make it look more like the main character of the old NES game called Xerxes. Little spaceman with a colored visor. That would be neat. I've been a big fan of that game since the first time I rented it as a kid. God, I can't even beat that game consistently. It switches back and forth between a platformer and a horizontal shmup until you get to the final boss. Then it becomes fucking gyrus. Where you're flying around the edge of the screen and you're shooting in towards the middle. I have beaten that game once in my life. And that is because I dedicated like a night to being able to get through it. Nowadays, I feel like dedicating a night to playing through a video game happens more on accident than it does on purpose. Get in the boat. 58-41 GG. Still kind of in the same range that I was last week. I'm not even going to erase the 58 from my time from last week. It's a decent looking 5 and a decent looking 8. That was not a decent looking 4. What the shit? Slightly better. GG. I am out of there. Hey there, War Drinker. Thank you for the GG. Kill the animals. Kill the animals. I always imagine when it repeats like that it comes across like a chant. Okay. The real question is, am I going to need a game capture for this, or am I going to need a window capture for this? I'm going to assume a window capture. We'll see here in a second. You have to start paying attention right when it is going through the printed artwork team. Because you just have the special thanks and the Gunpei Yokoi after that. Was he executive producer? General manager. Close enough. Dear Force! Can you believe Samus was pretty girl this whole time? Your rate for collecting items is this number here, presented in yellow. See you next mission. Alright. Dive right into being stupid here. I don't expect to be able to hold anyone's attention while I'm doing this. Aha! I'm gonna make sure I capture the mouse cursor while I'm doing this. And it's not actually full screen, so... Can't stretch it across the whole thing, but still get a little bit of Shy Guy there. Do we scroll this up just a little bit? See, yeah? But then Phantoon is looking at you, so that's... Not sure how I feel about that one. Alright, so... Just for context, years ago, I made myself a dumb little maze crawler in RPGMaker VX called You Have to Find the Chicken. If you have RPGMaker VX, you can play this game, but it's not a standalone thing. Anyways, so the thing I'm doing now is I've been thinking about making another game like this. Another game that is basically just a maze crawler. And here you see the maze. This little guy up in the top right. I believe that's your starting location. And then the titular chicken that you have to find is down here, just walking around randomly at reasonably slow speeds. And you just have to get from point A to wherever point B ends up by the time you get there. Again, the chicken's AI is not set to, like, avoid the player. It's just set to wander randomly. And it doesn't do so at a high rate of speed or a high rate of frequency. But what we've got here is 10 floors, 5 worlds, each with their own, well, each set of 2, with their own tile set and music. This gray brick and green grass floor, like I was saying, is inspired by the look of the classic Super Bomberman multiplayer level. Then we've got a wooden kind of log cabin level. And then this more like city/lab style level. It's got the checkerboard floors and the metallic walls. Then we have an ice cave. And finally, a red rock kind of lava or fire cave. Again, there's no enemies in this game. The only object is to crawl through a maze and find this dumb chicken that has wandered off. And all I'm really doing here is I'm going around in RPGMaker VX, basically looking through the database. This is your guy. This is Giorgio. He's a simple chicken farmer who doesn't have time for this. It's like the kind of thing I want to do right now is just like look through the face sets, Like maybe this knucklehead here with the green hair, you know, that could be Giorgio's son or something. So I'd go into People 1. Yeah, that's a pretty good sprite for the look that I'm going for. But also, I'm not going to be just like swapping around things on this map. I'd be creating 10 new maps, putting it in a different project folder and everything. But I basically just want to go around and look through the assets that come with VX Ace, just see what I'm working with. You see, this last one for People, and even a bunch of these actor ones, some of these characters look way too much like knights or adventurers for what I'm going for. Even this one I feel kind of misses what I'm looking for. This definitely misses the mark. Maybe my guy that's all wrapped up here. Nah, he looks far too cool to be in this game. And the animals. Oh, we have a sheep. Didn't realize we had a sheep. But yeah, dog, cat, chicken, sheep, and cow. And horse. Still think I'd largely just be going with... Mostly just thinking that I'd be going with the chicken. Then, like, I'd want to come over to this section on the left. So we do have, like, some cliffs that I could use, maybe for, like, a desert canyon style area. A couple of decent-looking sand textures as well. We can do, like, snow. Snowy forest. Like, thinking about what Real Work was talking about earlier with having something that's more like seasonally based. Definitely with some of like these snowy rocks, the snowy ground textures, and the snowy trees. Get away with doing that. Not sure what these dragon tiles are supposed to be. I think they're probably just supposed to be wall decorations. But yeah, we got a couple different kinds of wood to use. Got some different shingled roof textures. You could still make the walls like 2 tiles high and then have the shingles on top of that. It might look a little bit goofy for some of like these bigger amorphous areas. But like if I right click on this, yeah, we've got generate dungeon just in the right click menu. And yeah, this is how I'd be setting the walls and the floors. And I'm wondering if that was just an RPG Maker 2003 thing where you could actually have the dungeon map generate a new random floor every time the player entered that room, but that would oftentimes lead to the old Daggerfall issue. Since your quest objective is in a part of the world that you just don't have access to. And I don't know how to incorporate stuff like a pickaxe or pass wall. Now that's a good idea, Real Work. Put the other animals in there, but they don't do anything special but wander around. You can put a message that says this is not a chicken. And after you close that dialogue box, it would play that animal's sound. Okay, now we're starting to get into stuff that's more like almost like interactable objects. Oh, now see, this is how I could do like the rooftops if I wanted to make these things look a bit more like houses with the shingled roofs. That'd be pretty easily done. Just have to paint them in. Even that might be a little bit too much work for what I'm kind of thinking of, though. But you could do something like a hedge maze. The one to the left of it is a bit more of like an ornately carved, like stone pillar. The one above it has more of like a tent look to it, so you could have a character just wandering around in a big tent. This one that has like the pillars on the side, the sandstone one. Even this like kind of veiny blue one can be used and have it look completely different from a lot of the other stuff. The one other thing I was thinking of is using water as a natural barrier. You'd have like the initial big rectangle of the dungeon, but then for like all of these walls and all of these things in the middle, you would just have those be water. Have water around the whole thing and all these big puddles, and have it be like a beach. But then when you go into the interior tile set, you have stuff that looks more like it's like these bricks that almost look like they've got water falling down them. You got this neat looking like tiled, almost mosaic tile kind of floor. Could have another wooden dungeon like this, but instead of the stuff in the middle, I could use these holes. And it's easy enough to do that because all I would have to do is go in with the paint can tool and just redo everything that's not connected to the walls as holes. So that would not be that difficult. Where was that one thing that I was seeing? That must have been in like one of the dungeon floors. Yeah, so like for this one, could do something with like these kind of RPG trope kind of glass or crystal tile floors. You've got the viney floor, you've got like this mystic looking purple floor. And here's some of the walls that I was looking at earlier, where I really like the look of these vines, and I really like the look of these veiny purple walls. Something could definitely be done with those. And as you take a closer look, I mean, this is all just like metal panels with the smooth metal tiled top, which is basically this guy right in here that's between the ice bricks and the brown rock. You got this one here that has more accented pillars on it. But like these smaller kind of tan tiles, or even these bigger ones, could make for something that looks like it's the interior of a pyramid. And I mean, the fact that you're looking for a chicken in a fucking ice cave should let you know that this is not at all intended to be taken seriously. Except by people that choose to take it more seriously than I do. Anyways, we even have another couple of interesting tiled floors that could use this kind of parquet style. Might have to use that if I do another, like, if I did something like with the pillared wall tile or the smaller gray bricks. Could use that lighter parquet floor on it. But again, all I'm doing right now is I'm looking at what I've got, because it's been a while since I've looked through any of these resources. I wonder if some of this stuff is stuff that I've downloaded from the workshop. Because I don't know how much of this is in the default pack. Also, since it has exclamation marks and dollar signs next to it, makes me think that it's external assets. Oh my god. We can do a Christmas version. We got Santa. Now, do we have anything that's a better elf than the cute Mrs. Claus in the corner? Kinda don't think so. I think we kinda got lucky with Santa. Phrasing? There is a clown. There's a bunny girl. There's my guy up in the top right. This very much has the look of like a traveling merchant. This green-haired kid, probably do something with him. Another idea would be you have the first level of the dungeon with walls, and then the second floor of the dungeon would be either with like water or holes. I mean, if I wanted to go just pure fantasy, the thing in each dungeon level you'd be looking for would just be one of these. They'd be slowly animating. And you just step on it and play some sound and you get sent off to the next level. But I initially thought that it was just kind of a goofy thing. To be someone just wandering around looking for a chicken. These are just a whole buttload of damaged sprites. Oh, and insane is just like the characters with their arms outstretched in front of them and their eyes are red. You'd be angry, Giorgio. You have to kill the chicken. It'd play like the chicken clucking sound, and then it would play like the knife stab sound effect. Like, hit physical. And just punch that chicken. Yeah, it'd be that. There was one, I think it's Pierce, that sounds a bit more, for lack of a better phrase, it sounds more wet. Yeah. I used to have so much fun going through and making my own animations and my own special skills. But again, this was all like 20 years ago. Kill that chicken and seal him away with magic. Holy crap. And for this initial game, I did not even bother going through and messing with any of that stuff. Technically, your character does have attacks, but he doesn't learn them until level 5, and there's no enemy encounters, so he doesn't level up, ever. And yes, I called that a turban instead of a beret. I could probably change that, but it also doesn't matter at this point. If I pause Rainwave and pull up the sound test, this was the main reason why I made this game the way I did, was just so you could listen to some of the music tracks while you're wandering around these dungeons. Oh boy. The giant chicken horror game. Yeah, there's definitely more than one game out there that's like this. This is not an original idea. I didn't see anyone else's game. Let me pause that. I didn't see anyone else's chicken finding video game before I had this idea. I think this is just one of those real simple ideas that people from disparate parts of the world are able to have simultaneously. Shit like that does happen. Yeah, some of the songs like this, I think, are just like a bit too hype. This one, Dungeon 7. Pretty sure this is the song that I used for the ice cave here. Because that has that real high-pitched, kind of tinkly sounding synth in it that sounds like it would go really well in an ice cave. I'm pretty sure this is the one that plays in the final 2 floors. Yeah. And then it kind of kicks in a little bit. It was basically just like a lot of the songs that I would just be listening to on loop while I was making the dungeons ended up becoming the songs that I ended up using in the dungeons. Like, this is the one I use in the third world. It's like the metallic level. Some of the battle themes, I think, go a little bit too hard for what I'm trying to do. I don't think I actually used any of those. Wonder if I used this one. Oh yeah, I used this one. I don't know where. So now that's when we get to stop that. Put Rainwave back on. What music did I actually use in floor 9 and 10? I did use scene 2. Okay. What did I use in World 3? Town 3? Oh, that's right. So I remember this had more of like, almost kind of like the soundtrack to a shopping mall. Mall wave. This one's a little too poppy. Yeah, I think as long as I write down like what tracks I actually used in a lot of these on all of these maps, as long as I write down which ones I actually used and which ones I haven't used, it'd be real easy for me to find 5 more. No, this is the first dungeon song. Okay. Kind of a pensive start to the adventure. I think it's because this is the one I spent the most time listening to, I think. As long as I find 5 good tracks and 5 good tile sets, all you gotta do is go in here, hit generate dungeon, tell it what it's gotta do, and the program just does the rest. And maybe you have to go through and clear up some of the passageways. Because, like, it could real easily be that, like, this little room down in the bottom corner could be sealed off on the kind of north wall. Or, like, these 2 rooms right here could real easily be sealed off with how the random dungeon generation goes. Let's actually open up a new map, a new project. Let's make it... Boy, the decision to do this with the scroll wheel was not one of my better decisions. That's something I should actually check out to see if I've disabled dashing in the chicken game. But then you set it like that. We'll go generate dungeon. I haven't specified a tile set for the map. Tile set, we'll go with dungeon, just for the sake of it. And then generate dungeon. Okay, so not all of what I was seeing earlier is the walls. Not all of them could be used. We'll go with like that purple viney texture. And for the sake of contrast, I'll go with like the blue ice floor. And there you go. That's made a whole ass dungeon floor for me. And you can just come in there and do it again if you don't like it. That's what shift does. There are sample maps. There's a fuck ton of sample maps. So that's kind of neat. You can add a parallax background. But as I'm looking at this, I'm noticing that it does not have the feature that RPGMaker 2003 had, which is that it would regenerate the map every time you entered it. It's also a character generator. So technically, I could just make a completely random character and have them be the hero of the new game. Some of these faces, though, are fucking nightmare fuel. We're getting some good results from just generating random faces, but then some of these other faces are just horrific. But that's also an option. Resource manager. Have anything in movies? No. Okay. Script editor. I don't mess with that because I don't know how to do that stuff. But then, like, all I would have to do to make a second floor exactly like this one, you just copy, you paste into here, instantly renamed as map 2, generate the same color of dungeon, same flavor. Oops. And there you go. It is that simple to make dungeon levels that are this kind of complicated mazes. And I think the dungeon generation that I was mentioning previously that would leave some rooms walled off, I think that might have just been an artifact of RPG 2003. Because as I'm looking around in this right now, everything is accessible. And generally what I would do is I'd put the character up in, like, one of the corners, and then I would generally put the chicken in the opposite corner, which that's the big secret to playing that game. That's generally the level of direction that you need. Is, okay, if I'm starting in the top right, then the chicken I'm looking for is going to be somewhere in that bottom left quadrant. Just so that you have to walk through as much of the maze as possible. I often get whiny when when video games do stuff like that. Call it artificial extension of gameplay. This is artificial extension of gameplay, the video game that I am thinking about making. It is super easy to make, like, big multi-level dungeons like this. Because then, like, all I would need to do is, like, I think, yeah, I can just drag map 2 into map 1. So if I had map 1 set up as, like, some big dungeon exterior, an easy way to keep track of all of the different floors is to just drag and drop them off of the project folder and into the other map. So then all you would have to do is just click on, you know, whatever you've named the dungeon, and then all of a sudden you've got all 5 or 6 or however many floors of the dungeon. All of the maps are just right there, perfectly contained. So this is making me slightly more enthusiastic about actually doing this project. It really is just spending the time to actually do it. And since I've only got like 15 or so minutes before the next race is going to be starting up, it would behoove me to not get too deep in the weeds right now. Let's just, where's my event editing mode? Here we go. So I noticed that my guy is starting up here in the wall, so we just need to drag and drop him down. I'm in the water because I didn't save the project. So if I save the changes, now I'm here in the level. This is probably not capturing. No, it certainly isn't. Certainly. Probably going to need a game capture for this window. It's gonna be this one? It is not. How about now play testing? How about Project 5? No? Do I need another window capture? Yeah, I think I need another window capture instead of a game capture. There we go. So now you can see it's opened it up in a new window. And I actually get to wander around. X opens up the menu. And you kind of get a little bit better sense of scale when you're wandering around the dungeon like this, as opposed to looking at it from in RPGMaker. And you know, in a typical old school, old style RPG like this, you'd be running into enemy encounters like every 10 steps or so. So you can see how using the random dungeon generation tool can absolutely create a labyrinth that takes you a fair amount of time to get through. Especially if you're having to deal with monster encounters this whole time. Like, it may have only taken me like a minute or two to get down to the bottom right-hand corner. But again, imagine having to fight monsters every like 10 to 15 steps. We can close out of that. Oh. I actually have a handful of other people's games in here, it looks like, in my project manager. I apparently have there's an untitled project in here that doesn't have any kind of size, that says it's from 1969, December 31st. What is this Project 2? In 2015, August 23rd. Oh my god. Did I already make You Have to Find the Chicken 2? I think I did. Oh my god, this map is fucking gigantic. I may have already made this game. I need my window capture back. Like, it's even called You Have to Find the Chicken 2. Let me get into this race channel before I forget. And we've got an toaster in the race as well. This is a 200 by 200 maze. We're starting the character up in the top left, and the chicken is basically right here in the middle. In a little coop. Here's like a cave. Dirt floors and gray stone walls. I wonder if I just refined this or if I made this after the first one. I do not remember. Oh, this is too funny. This is too funny. I still have... He's not Giorgio. He's Monaco. And he's finder of chickens. All of the chickens need to be found. Someone else really should be held responsible. Well... I apparently need to go through some of my old projects that I haven't looked at in a while, because I've got like 2 other ones that I need to look at. There's a Will, there's a cute Mrs. Claus in a corner. Extra light citrine. Ooh. Oh, dude, there's only ever been, like, counting mine, there's been, like, 3 or 4 chicken hunting or chicken maze games that I've ever seen. I'm not exactly sure how to incorporate a counter or a timer into RPGMaker stuff. Probably not that hard. Oh my god, dude. Well, I'm glad I took the time to actually mess around with RPGMaker. It's probably going to be just as simple as dropping in some music. Because all of the dungeons seem to be done. I'm actually kind of interested to see what some of those other projects were that I had saved. Because I didn't save them with any kind of title. I saved them just as like Project 2, Project 3, and Project 4. And then I have some other play-only games from other people that are in my project folder as well. Anyways, I'll be right back. All right. A very silly thought entered my mind, and that is, I wonder if there's some possible way that my old RPGMaker 2003 project somehow got saved. But I really don't think so. Because back when I was messing around with RPG 2003, it was between the years of 2003 and 2005, and Steam was not a thing that I was using at that time. I don't even know if Steam was a thing back then. I don't really remember hearing about Steam until like around 2010, maybe? Maybe a little before that? I made the cardinal mistake of not actually being ready. So now I have to real quickly find a character I want to play as. An SMW Mario. Hey, thanks, Firebat. Okay, we good. Good luck, have fun. Getting a lot of vanilla responses lately. Race will begin in 3, 2, 1. Let's go. Oh, Mario is sick. He's not feeling too good. Right, so I need to actually go through that old project folder and see what all, if anything, actually still needs to be done. That looked pretty complete. I even had like a little coop for the chickens set up. It's like some planks of wood with some straw. Or he's just like sitting on a carpet. So it's like you could find the room where the chicken started before you actually find him. Or you could find the chicken before you find the room. Nice. If there was a way I could figure out how to track such things, you could find either a chicken or an egg. Maybe it'd have like some kind of loud sound effect that would play when the chicken hatches. The other thing is, if I've got it set up the way that it is with what either looked to be either... It looked to be more than just 10 floors. But each floor was different. And each floor was 200 by 200 tiles. Whoops, one too soon. Now I'm optimistic that I'm actually going to do something with this, but I can't believe that I've still got 10-year-old RPGMaker VX Ace files that are still saved in there, besides the initial chicken game. This is a great morph ball, by the way. Yeah, man. I'm really kind of surprised that that was on there. Oh yeah. Another game besides Oblivion that Ponk and I do not see eye to eye on is Kirby 64. I remember he told me after his initial playthrough that he just hated the game. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Kirby 64 is great. But he just did not have a fun time with it. I don't think I've ever actually 100%ed Kirby 64. There's at least one, like, rainbow crystal shard that I don't know how to get to. Because every time I've seen someone play through the game and actually get it, they're like playing on the Japanese version that has a different, it has a different transformation when you use the stone power-up that turns you into like a tiny little bird. And I don't think the American version that I've played that I'm familiar with actually has that particular transformation. If it does, I don't know if I've ever seen it. Now, going back to the dumb chicken game, the fact that I've already got a lot of maps made tells me that the one big thing that I need to do is I should probably make sure that the maps between the two games that look similar have the same music. So once again, I need to actually write down what music I used in which levels in the first one. And the fact that I changed up what I wanted to use is like the slogan or the tagline for the game of "You don't have time for this." or you're a chicken farmer who doesn't have time for this. And I changed it to someone else really should be responsible. First of all, that's great. So I think I'd keep that. Might even keep the guy's name of Monaco. But I'd still probably want to change the sprite. And then I'm actually not sure about calling him a chicken finder. Instead of the lore being that he's a chicken farmer that has to find chickens. But if you think about it, the only lore that I actually put into the game was that you are a simple chicken farmer who doesn't have time for this. You know, are these your chickens that have gotten loose? Are these your chickens that have escaped from your chicken farm? And you have to go track them all down across these wild landscapes? Or are these just like feral chickens that you're finding out in these dungeons? Wild dungeon chickens. And you have to bring them back to your farm. I never explain any of that. It's the little bit of silly imagination that I expect people to bring along with them when they play this game. And of course, if I'm remembering the Steam page for my game correctly, the little project page, I think only 13 people across all of Steam have ever downloaded this project. And I don't think I've ever seen anyone else actually play it. Just like out in the wild. I think maybe I had my brother play it one time. But any other time I would have seen someone play that game, it would have been solicited. So like I've never seen a playthrough of my game out in the wild, but then again, I don't think I've ever really looked that hard for it. I know that my video of it exists on YouTube and it's gotten a handful of hits. Not anymore, and you know, not that many more than anything else I've ever put up. And certainly several times less than some of the videos I've put out for whatever reason. Yes, I'm talking about my playthrough of Van Helsing on PS2. Somehow has like 50,000 hits or some bullshit. I put a comment on that video not that long ago, where I was just like, why the fuck does this video have so many hits? Like, did people watch this thinking it was the actual movie? And honestly, I might even be underselling it by saying 50,000. I don't have the number in front of me right now, but it's like a ridiculously large number. It really does seem like my video got linked somewhere where people were trying to pirate a copy of the movie. If I were to check the analytics, and if the analytics for it are still competent, because it's been a couple years since I put that video out, so I'd probably have to like check the lifetime analytics of the video, and I don't know how realistically far back YouTube statistics like that would go. But in my mind, it's like someone in India thought they were either playing a really funny trick on a whole bunch of people, or they themselves got tricked, thinking that it was the actual movie. But I don't know how long, like, the average playtime of any one of those views would be, and that was where I was going with the whole analytics thing. Because I bet you the average watch time is like a minute long. To the point where they realize, oh, this is the video game and not the movie. But the fact that it's for Van Helsing really kind of threw me off. Because Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman is not like a Hollywood classic by any stretch of the imagination. It was probably successful, but probably not wildly so. So it's just really kind of funny out of everything that could have gotten. It was fucking Van Helsing with Hugh Jackman. And again, it's not a bad movie. It's just one of those movies that's like a dime a dozen. Where it's not really like super memorable. Another game or another movie that I think of that was just kind of a disposable action movie was like the movie Gamer with Gerard Butler. Which is almost a video game related version of either The Matrix or Total Recall. And that makes it sound so much more interesting than it actually is. I should at least say that it's got elements of Matrix and Total Recall to it. It's not like a modern retelling of those stories, but with video games as the basis. I think Ludacris was in that movie as well. Well before he started doing State Farm ads. The song is called Magikarp Festival? Someone got this hype for some Magikarps? Hot damn. Well, after I'm done streaming tonight, I'm definitely gonna have to see what else I have buried in the back of RPGMaker VX. Might even need to reinstall RPG 2003 and see if there's anything in there. If I somehow have anything that I made in RPG 2003, I'm almost certainly going to have to put it up on the workshop. Because a lot of it was really bad. Like, comedically so. But on the at the same time, a lot of what I did in RPG 2003 was just like short little 1 or 2 screen long video games that would just be like testing out certain ideas that I had. Like, I know I can make an extremely rudimentary kind of like action game in RPGMaker. Something very much like the original Legend of Zelda. It would not be that hard to make. Probably be even easier to make something that had bump combat instead of actually having to press a button to play an animation. But it would basically just be like, if an enemy walks directly next to your character, you would take like 1 HP of damage, and a little animation would play. And then, you know, it would wait like 2 or 3 seconds before possibly reinitiating that damage and attack animation. But then I'd give the player character like an attack animation that would play like a full tile away from him. So you'd have like 1 tile of reach on all of the wandering monsters. And then, you know, you'd play the animation, deal damage to the enemy. After X number of hits, the monster just dies. Something like that is not too entirely difficult to wrap my head around in RPGMaker. Back when I was a lot more familiar with the program, I was thinking that it actually wouldn't be that difficult to make like a shmup in RPGMaker, which is like completely antithetical. It's like, dude, just go find a program where you can make a shmup. I'm sure they exist. River of Blood. But in order to make... Just to give an idea of how rudimentary RPG 2003 was, if you wanted your party members to follow behind you in a line, like in a lot of like Final Fantasy games or JRPGs, like in Chrono Trigger, for example, if you wanted your party members to follow you, you had to like hand code that shit in. Someone is making a high effort homebrew shmup for SNES right now. Very nice. That's something that the SNES library actually really needs. Because there were a lot of like painfully middle of the road or just outright uninteresting shmups on the Super Nintendo. That being said, I did have the silver spoon in my mouth of Tyrion 2000. Which I think should be considered one of the best shmups out there. But I understand that people like bullet hells. Tyrion 2000 can get pretty bullet hellacious. But the big thing that I loved about it was the weapon variety, the ship upgrading system, the shops between each of the levels. You could not only swap out your weapons for other ones, but you could spend your money to upgrade your weapons, make them more powerful. Each of the front guns and rear guns could be upgraded like at least 10 times. So it gave just such a huge variety to the potential different kinds of gameplay, just depending on which guns you wanted to use. And God help you if you wanted to use the proton weapons. Forget if it was proton or protron weapons, but those guns are not very good. They're very weak compared to just about every other gun in the game. But then, of course, Tyrion 2000 also loses its shit just over halfway through by letting you fly around in a giant carrot that shoots bananas. Like, I've done a playthrough or two of that game where I actually sit and read the data transmissions that you pick up in each of the levels. There are those little cubes that you can pick up that say data over them, and they'll give you little bits and pieces of the game's lore. And it's pretty on point for the first, like, couple chapters. But then it completely loses the fucking plot when they're letting you fly around in a giant carrot. I mean, I appreciate the goofiness. With that, hey guy, don't take it so seriously kind of sense of humor. Where it's funny because of how absurd it is. I get that. But at the same time, I don't think we ever got a shmup that had that same kind of system, the same kind of, like, shop-related upgrade system that was as in-depth as Tyrion 2000 was. until potentially, like, just within the past 10 years or so. And the only reason I don't know is because I haven't looked. Now, I seem to remember an old issue of Nintendo Power, and it might have been a different magazine besides Nintendo Power, but I'm pretty sure it was Nintendo Power, where they had that segment in the middle of the issue. It was, I think, called the Epic Center. It was like the white page segment talking about upcoming video games that was usually right before their big pull-out poster. And I want to say, like, that was the first place I ever saw screenshots for Final Fantasy VI, for example, or Wonder Project J. The first place I ever heard of that. But I swear I remember something about some kind of game where you could potentially make all of your own sprites for a shmup. Like, maybe you weren't necessarily in control over, like, the level design, but it seemed to me like you were in control of, like, what your ship looked like in a sprite-based grid picture editor. But you could control what the enemies looked like, you could control what your ship looked like. I even think you could control what your projectiles looked like. And I don't know if that was something that even got a release in Japan, or if that was just something that ended up on the cutting room floor, but I'm assuming, since I remember screenshots of it. I don't know what year of Nintendo Power it would have been from. Probably from pretty early on in the N64's life cycle, or maybe like up to a year before the N64 would have even come out. Back when it was still called the New Ultra 64. Or the Nintendo Ultra 64. But I know that old scans of Nintendo Power are out there, so this is something I'd have to spend some time tracking down. Would have had to have been sometime in between 94 and 96. Because I think it was after they had already stopped covering the NES. Like, they were maybe still featuring the NES when they were featuring, like, the power rankings. It would have had to have been sometime in the earlier 90s, closer to the mid 90s, but still. I remember that, like, one of the enemies that was being shown off in one of the screenshots looked like a tomato with a face, but still somehow looked like some kind of a metallic fighter ship. And I don't think that any of the physical copies of Nintendo Power that I still have are old enough that they would still have that. Actually, outside of the Blast Core issue of Nintendo Power, I'm not actually sure how many old copies of that I still have. Because I think a lot of them got water damaged years ago. So just ended up throwing them away. The Blast Core issue of Nintendo Power is very important because that's the one that has the speedrun route for Super Metroid that Nintendo Power came up with. So I think that's where Nintendo Power % comes from, is that particular issue. I'd be a little surprised if it didn't come from that issue, since that's the one that has the splits and everything in it. I mean, like, I could walk into my other room, grab the magazine, and, you know, rustle the pages in front of my microphone to prove that I actually have pieces of paper in front of my microphone. Oh, shit. Okay. Super Adventure Island 2. Pretty sure this is the one that Real Work keeps telling me I need to play someday. And every time he does, I mention the fact that I actually really want to play through Adventure Island 4 on the NES. Mostly because there's not too many Metroidvanias on the NES, besides, you know, Metroid. And I guess Castlevania 2, if we're going by a more classical definition. Because Castlevania 1 and 3 are both pretty stage-based, and less focused on exploration and item collection. Which, of course, I still want to play through CV3 at some point, but it's one of those where I think I want to watch someone play it first, then get an idea for what I'm supposed to be doing, and then play it myself. And then I've never really had much interest at all in playing CV2. I feel like the plot of that game is just a little too silly. I'm gonna bring back Dracula so I can kick his ass. I mean, if you think you can do it for good this time, then go right ahead and try. I mean, like, what happens if you fail, Mr. Belmont? What happens if you bring Dracula back and he ends up kicking your ass? Well, congratulations. You just brought Dracula back from the dead. anyways, if I happen to find anything relatively interesting in my search through my couple of old projects in RPGMaker, I'll put something on Discord. But I think I already found the most interesting thing. I seem to remember having some kind of an issue with how I had the chicken set up in a couple of those levels. Like some of those wood paneling tiles that I used for the little half coop that I've got him on. Coop stand. I want to say like part of those I think are walls. So like the chicken can't actually get out and wander around. Which is why I had him sitting on a carpet in some of the later levels. Really surprised that didn't hit me. Oh no, I just looked at IRC. Corn and toaster. Super Metroid. Turtle shell. I can't even begin to think of what those other projects in that folder might be. I didn't even bother clicking on them. I'm wondering if they're just like the first 5 or 10 minutes of something, and then I decided to just not. It's standing. Oh god, Lumiose City. If there's one song from Pokemon XY that I've heard more than the Elite Four music, it's Lumiose City. I used to spend so much time cycling around in circles in Lumiose City waiting to hatch Pokemon eggs. like I've heard this song more than I've heard music from Gen 1. Easily. My relationship with Pokemon games is a little strange, just because I usually seem to take like a gen off. At least one gen off, I should say. You're dead? You don't look dead. Fucking dead now. Like, I definitely took some time off after Gen 3. But, like, never really got into Gen 2. And Gens like 4 and 5, I only ever played like after I started streaming. And then there were the Gen 2 remakes. And I think X and Y was Gen 6. I reserve the right to be wrong on this. But X, Y, and Sun Moon was when I got back into it. Yeah, 'cause I think Black and White was Gen 5, and Diamond and Pearl was Gen 4. Gen 5 was a lot of fun, and I'm glad I streamed those games. Should be Black and Black 2. I really like the idea of having a completely fresh Pokédex. Like just having an all-new Pokédex with no familiar faces. I really like that idea. I mean, it's not like Gen 3 was completely devoid of familiar faces. But it was just enough new faces that when you saw an old favorite or an old familiar Pokemon, you'd be like, oh my god, I remember this one. And XY, you know, that was the first ones on the 3DS. So I really thought, like, those games would be an appropriate place for me to jump back in. And then when I loved those games as much as I did, Sun Moon was the next obvious choice. Need to check and see if Pokemon X or Pokemon Moon that I've actually got. I need to check and see if those games still have some kind of online functionality. I think I completed a Living Dex for Gen 1. I don't think I did that for any other generation, but I've got... I want to say I've got a breeding couple for every Pokemon from Gen 1. Hey, there's Firebat taking first with a 4840 GG. And that was the thing I used to love about Pokemon X, was the fact that I could put something online and within a couple days someone would send me what I want. Nailed the jump. And then, of course, there was always the fun of Wonder Trades. Where you just take something that you don't really want, and you just throw it up on Wonder Trade. And you never knew what you were going to get in return. The one song from the Disgaea franchise that I'm more familiar with than just about any other. Like the main theme that they had in the mobile RPG. Appropriately enough, just called Disgaea RPG. I mentioned this in the past, but either the mobile version or the Steam version just like completely stopped connecting one day. And I was like, well, this sucks. I guess this means I have to stop playing. If I can't fucking connect to the game. Sake. But I very easily understand how much of a time sink Disgaea can be. RPG party manager that has just like a million different characters. And they're all just like these wacky characters or big scary monsters. And if they were using the same like story beats in the Disgaea RPG that they were in the console version, then I have experienced the story of Disgaea 1, 2, and 3. I think it was somewhere in 4 that the game stopped responding. 'Cause I don't think I had gotten into 5 just yet. I think like enemies were starting to get really scary at a certain point as well. But I've seen I've seen enough of the story from Disgaea 1 on console, and enough, obviously, in the mobile game, that I'm pretty sure they're just taking it beat for beat from the console game. I'd be a little surprised if they gussied it up beyond that. We got the backup from the turret shot. Easy peasy. Otter. Timmy. Fill my hat with that energy. Now that's a hat. Big ass Metroid hat. $56.08. This is going to be a pretty low 58. 58.15 or something. Probably under 58.20. If I can actually hit this bitch in the face instead of the hands. Too far forward is what it is. Boing. As Mario waggles his thermos at you in sheer disappointment. That's totally what that is. Get your mind out of the gutter. Oh, this is Advance Wars. I think it's Andy's theme. I don't have the widget up in front of me. And I don't think I turned Screw Attack back on. Shit. Yep, I don't know about it being sub 58.20 now. Could still be, I guess, but I like to be at the top of this thing about 5 seconds sooner. And you add in the time that it took for the pause menu to open up. I jumped over my ship. 5830. GG. Still a 58. And I don't have to draw a new 58 on my dry erase board. Just erase the seconds, and that is a god-awful 3 and an even worse 0. What the shit? I think I need a new dry erase marker. There we go. Yep, Andy's theme. Oh, it's from Dual Strike. Okay. Pretty sure it's the same fucking song from the original. Thanks for races. Recycling marker dust. Nah, I keep finding, because of the way I have it tilted and the way that I have to have my hand placed so that I'm not, like, rubbing the heel of my hand on the dry erase board and getting skin oil on the dry erase board. I have to kind of hold the pen a bit further back, and since I'm using pretty much just the tip of the marker to write the numbers, I've got it. It's a little bit more wobbly than when I'm like writing something with a pen or a pencil. And I keep finding drier spots on the tip of that marker. So it ends up like erasing a part of the line that I had just drawn. Alright, the anticipation is killing me. I need to open RPGMaker back up. I need to see what some of these other projects were. Okay. Chicken 2 does only have 10 floors. Okay, let's see here. Project 3 does not have any information. Project 4 does not have any information. And if I load it... Intralia? Interesting name. And don't worry, I'm not going to miss it. Air Force! Project 4 is just Project 4. Okay, this one has, like, not even been started. And neither is this other one. Okay, good. I can delete both of these. Don't think it'll let me. Now, what about this thing that says it's from 1969? Download, timeout, retry later. Okay, so a lot of this stuff looks like it just hangs out. But it's all being measured in, like, kilobytes, so that's fine. Looks like I've got some sci-fi games. I've got what looks to be a grid-based shooter in RPGMaker. That's interesting. Kind of like how they handled the shooting segments in Snatcher. I have a game that's just called Relaxation. RM Coalition Resource Pack. Okay, apparently I have some kind of resource pack. Okay, well, I don't necessarily need to look anything up. Mostly just need to see what's going on with this chicken game that I made 10 years ago after the first one. Anyways, that will be for another time. Been playing a lot of Rogue Legacy 2 on Steam Deck last couple of weeks. Yeah, I really liked the first Rogue Legacy, so I'm sure I'd get a kick out of the second one. If it's anything at all like the first one, which I'm sure it is. And that's one of those formulas where it's like, if it's not broke, don't fix it, just iterate upon it. I just haven't played it in a very long time. It's the same game, but newer. Okay, good. Probably just some more quality of life stuff and some new features, which is all I ever ask for. And then you get these other companies that feel like they need to rework their entire fucking game engine just to get some stupid sequel that nobody asked for to work. Not sure if I ever beat the first, but I think I'll beat this one. Very nice. Yeah, I was not terribly great at a lot of roguelikes and roguelites that I've played. Just because at some point I get caught. So I feel like I always make the same amount of progress every single time. Which is never enough. Speaking of never enough, actually not speaking of never enough, I just don't have any other segue, but we did it! Got a couple of 58s, 11 seconds apart. Not bad. I wonder if I actually netted any points tonight. Probably not as many as I'd like. Although Nintoaster did quit out. Yeah, I'm still at number 25. Still in the green. Let's see, who's still above me that I recognize the name of? And there's Nintoaster, there's Parquet. There's QWERTY. There's E. Holden. But now we're getting to the point where I'm never going to catch these guys. So you've got Sloters, MM2, Firebat, and Tillamorph all in the pink. And then Ruya just behind Behemoth by over a fucking 100 points. And I'd have to really go back and check some stats. I think it's that race that had 53 people in it. Was I in this one? I was not. I was in some big, like, anniversary race that had, like, 20 some odd people in it. I think that might have been the biggest race I was in. But anyways. Oh, done. Did it. Oh, see, I went to the website too soon. I netted 1 point tonight. I don't think that's gonna bump me up to 24. No. I need like 5 more points. It's not an invitation for anyone to throw a game. So anyways, I've got some stuff to iterate upon. Trying to figure out what all still needs to be done in the sequel that I made to a game over 10 years ago that I also made over 10 years ago. So, as always, a big thank you to Ponk for hanging out tonight with Vampire Survivors. I'm leaving it open. If Ponk ever wants to come back to Vampire Survivors for a night or two. We are not necessarily done with that game, but we are going to move on to what is next. And what is next is seeing if my computer will be able to put up with split fiction. I'm going to be doing remote play on that with Ponk. He's got a copy of the game. I don't think I have enough room or processing power on this computer to do anything but watch a live stream of that game. So that'll be interesting. There's a chance, if it doesn't work out, that we might just go back to Vampire Survivors, but I might suggest something else that we play for the day. And of course, a big thank you to Insane Firebat and Toaster for the races here tonight. Always a lot of fun, even if I don't get third place. No memes for me. And for everybody else, thanks for stopping by, thanks for hanging out, thanks for watching. And I will catch you next time. See ya!